Hello and welcome to the CGTN special program on Iran and Israel conflicts. So now join the studio is Professor Wang Jin from the Northwest University of China, and he's the expert on Israel and Iran and also the Gulf region and the Middle East. So Professor Wang, we know the latest developments the US, on one hand, President Donald Trump has warned on a social media that everyone in Tehran to leave immediately. And also the US has designated a negotiation team to have the talks with Tehran about the peace deal and also to have the talks with Israel on a possible ceasefire. So what is the latest analysis on this point? Could Iran make concessions?
No, I don't think that Iran will make well, maybe Iran will make concessions, but the concessions will not be in accordance with United States or Israel expectations, because as we have already seen that Iran has already repeatedly stressed that it hopes to stop the war and it hopes to start a negotiation with Israel or United States by or through the third party or the third country. But the problem is that Iran hopes that the war should be suspended and the talks should be organized. And this is Iran's terms. And also from the perspective of Israel and United States, what they want is that under their military pressure and the strikes against the targets inside Iran, they believe that right now Iran has no choices. Iran has already run out of the military capabilities and the potential. So Iran needs to give up its nuclear capabilities and bring the enriched uraniums back to zero level. So this is something Iran cannot accept. So that's why we're talking about there was some kind of the back channel, kind of the channel for the dialogue or secret dialogue has already started, maybe by the third country to send messages from Israel to Iran, from Iran to Israel. And the United States might play a kind of role for facilitating this process. But the problem is that the division between the conflicting parties are so great. And it is very, very difficult for the two parties to realize or to reach a kind of agreement within a very short term.
Yes, as you mentioned, the conflict is now intensified. We know from the both sides, they have launched a lot of missile attacks. So a follow-up question, because you said the US or the Israel may have the expectation like now Iran has no choice, but has Iran run out of its missiles?
I think maybe we hope that Iran will maintain its kind of sovereignty and independence. But the problem is that what we are witnessing during the Iran, on the one hand, sent missiles directly to the targets inside Israel, but more importantly, that Israel's air jets, air forces, as according to the statement from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, that Israeli air forces jets can fly freely on the airspace of Iran without the interference or the interceptions from Iran's anti-air defense forces. So that's why means that Israel Air Forces have already dominated the airspace of Iran, and this could be very dangerous to Iran because we know that according to the estimation of Israel, that Iran might have thousands of missiles, and some of the missiles are very high technology or highly cutting edge. But the problem is that when the other country dominated the air in the modern world, means that they could attack freely based upon their own judgment what kind of important targets should be organized, what kind of the important military, for example, weaponry systems could be targeted. So against this backdrop, even that Iran has some missiles, they can use it to attack Israel. But then and this would further decrease seriously the missile numbers of Iran that still has. So with the time goes by, maybe that it will be the bad news for Iran, and if Iran's air defense forces if it cannot work very effectively to resist the invasion from Israeli air forces, I don't think it's a good news for Iran's missiles capability to launch further
term like to suspend this kind of war. And so, but a lot of people have said that this conflict, this intensified conflict, is kind of the spillover effect of the conflict in the whole region, because like from removing the leaders of Hezbollah and also the Hamas, what is the ultimate goal of Israel? We have seen they launched so many attacks to Iran's facilities, including the nuclear facilities.
I think the very initial or the very pressing goal for Israel to start this round of conflict with Iran is to decrease Iran's nuclear capabilities, because according to the from different international organizations, but we're talking about perspective from Israel, from the understanding and the estimation of Israel that Iran's enriched uranium has already reached nearly 80%. So maybe, I mean, even according to some experts of military experts of Israel, that Iran could produce kind of nuclear bomb within 1 week or maybe 2 weeks. I mean, a very short term. And also, on the other hand, at the same time, the dialogue between United States and Iran now entered into the stalemate. So Israel believes that it is highly time for them to start a war to suspend and stop the process for the nuclear capability production. So that's why Israel now started a war. But then with the war started, I think Israel also the Israeli media, what we read from that, I think Israeli now find it, oh, wow, they make bigger outcomes than they expected. I mean, they could not only target the facilities of nuclear facilities and kill the nuclear-related high senior fellows inside Iran, but also they are targeted and destroyed many important targets inside Iran without very effectively interceptions and intervention from Iran's anti-air defense forces. So that's why it tries to change its goals from directly or partially suspend the nuclear capability production process of Iran to maybe, for example, try to overthrow Iran's regime or try to reduce or destroy the bigger scale of Iran's military capabilities. So that's why I think now Israel's strategy goals is also under the transformation process according to what happens on the battlefield.
Yes, you mentioned about the ultimate goal of Israel, and the one of the issues is for the kind of overthrow the government. So does that still on the agenda? Because we know, according to media reports, U.S. President Donald Trump has suspended Israel's plan, especially for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to kill the supreme leader of Iran. What is the ultimate goal of Iran, of Israel? Does it really want to overthrow the Iranian government?
I think when we're talking about overthrow the regime or overthrow the government, we're not talking about how to overthrow the leader. The leader is an important part of the government of the regime, but the regime is a network. It's a kind of structure that has very deeply rooted relations inside the country. So if you want to overthrow the regime, we're not talking about only how to kill some leaders. We also have to say that, okay, how to mobilize the people and how to mobilize other structures to form a new organization. This organization could replace the existing regime. So that's why I think that this could be more difficult. So as we mentioned, as the time goes by, Israel now, the ultimate goal is under kind of the transformation from the directly attack the nuclear targets inside Iran to maybe more broadly influence political scenarios inside Iran. So I think we should still need to wait and see. But there were divisions, very clear division between the United States and Iran, United States and Israel, because Israel want to play the bigger role and make the war longer, lasted much longer, and much more deeply influenced the Iran's internal affairs. But from United States perspective, they just want to control the scale into the very managed scale. It does not want to escalate it and expand it without the United States in control. So that's why I think the division will be more and more apparent in the future, particularly between the United States and Israel.
Professor Wang, you just mentioned a very key point. The U.S. want to manage the situation. They didn't want to the kind of a huge escalation into a very large scale conflicts. So what is the U.S. role in this conflict? We know President Donald Trump just suspended his attendance in the G7 summit, and also they have the national security conference and at the White House, and also he has a lot of warnings like Iran cannot have the nuclear weapon. So what is the U.S. role right now?
I think the U.S. role is also under the transformation, because at the beginning, from United States perspective, is that okay, Israel launched these strikes against Iran. Now Iran faces pressure, military pressure from Israel, so that United States could use this pressure from Israel to force Iran to make further concessions on the negotiation table. I mean, accept the term from the United States that Iran should give up nuclear capabilities, should stop the enriched uranium. But with time goes by, as we mentioned, now Israel enjoys maybe the upper hand on the kind of the military conflict, the confrontation with Iran, and maybe United States find it okay, now it's a little bit dangerous, because the United States might be dragged further into the war, because on the one hand, the United States has to send more military forces to help Israel defense and intercept the missiles directly from Iran to Israel. That means that the United States should put more military resources into the region, particularly for Israel. And on the other hand, with the tension escalated, now Iran also may possibly targets the military presence around or nearby Iran, particularly, for example, in Kuwait, maybe in Qatar, or maybe in the Emirates, or maybe also in Iraq. So all these countries, they have the military bases and they have the military personnel, and could be the possible targets for Iran. So I think United States, as you mentioned, should try to manage this tension and prevent it from further escalated into the much larger and much bigger scale of war that could run out of United States strategic attention as well as strategic resources in this region.
Professor Wang, you just mentioned the U.S. has military bases in the Gulf region. We know that is pretty close to Iran, and also especially in Iraq. We know Iranian the Revolutionary Army. They also have some divisions. They have their allies, their friends there. So what could be the Iranians' response, like to drag the U.S. into this battleground?
I think now is Iran also facing kind of the difficult choice, because Iran has to, let's be brief, Iran has to make a choice between bread and bullets. Because when we're talking about bread, means that Iran faces very important and pressing economic pressure and problems. We know that just before the war started, the nationwide strike just happened in the protest of the rising energy price, and also the electricity shortage. And also, on the other hand, given some Iranians hardliner camps, they believe now the very pressing goal for Iran is to produce the nuclear bomb. And some of the, for example, Iranian parliament member, they even sent a letter to the to the highest leader of Iran, Khamenei, to persuade him to accept that Iran should fasten its pace to produce the nuclear bombs to safeguard its own country. So there were different goals. On the one hand, if you want economy, that you should accept the terms, because the United States imposing of sanctions should be regarded as the biggest obstacle for economic development. But on the other hand, if you want to safeguard your own country, the nuclear bomb might be the very necessary choice. So for Iran now, he's making a kind of the very difficult choice. So I think this kind of the choice means that internal discussion and internal competition between different camps, different leaders, different branches, and then this kind of the division will further in the future determine how Iran will react. But I think right now the biggest problem is that economic things become more and more pressing, and national security is also become more and more pressing. We cannot say, okay, I just put up this and give up the other thing. That's impossible. So that depends on, how Iran's highest leader or the decision-making circle will determine.
Okay, so Professor Wang, let's talk about the broader perspective from the international. We have talked a lot about the nuclear capability and also the Israel's military strikes against Iran, especially targeting those kind of nuclear facilities. We know the IAEA, the international watchdog for the nuclear powers, they have condemned this kind of activity that will maybe cause some leakage of the nuclear materials, and that will endanger the non-proliferation system. And also we see in the UN Security Council, there are some members that they also express the concerns about this kind of attack on nuclear facility. So how do you see this kind of signal sent? What does this kind of warfare have alerted us about the safety of nuclear facility?
Well, the nuclear facilities, particularly inside Iran, now I think, is more and more pressing issues that should attract international society's attention, because everybody now is watching, okay, how the war goes, but very, very important, but sometimes could be forgotten and ignored. The issue is how the safety, as you mentioned, of the nuclear facilities inside Iran, because now under the attack from Israel, that some of the nuclear facilities and the enrichment enriched uranium could be further become the sources of radiation inside Iran, and then harmed everybody, particularly for the Iranian civilians as well as maybe for the neighboring countries. So I think the IAEA on the one hand should maybe face and try to bring the attention of the international community to this issue very urgently. And on the other hand, I think the IAEA and other members of the international community should try to establish kind of the communication channel as early as fast to try to pacify the tension, because with the war goes, I think on the one hand, Iran's nuclear facilities could be further targeted. But on the other hand, we cannot forget that inside Israel, they also have the nuclear facilities, particularly in the southern Negev desert. And that may be bigger, the facility may be bigger, and maybe has more dangerous resources, nuclear resources there. And if these resources further be targeted and attacked by Iranian missiles, that could further influence, for example, the people in Israel, in the Gaza Strip, in the Palestine West Bank, as we maybe also in Jordan and Egypt, and makes nobody safe in this region. So I think that's why this war should be suspended, and the international community should do something more urgently and more quickly to stop the war.
Yeah, Professor Wang Jun, you just mentioned about the concerns from the regional countries like Jordan, like Egypt, and also for the other Gulf region countries like Saudi Arabia. So we talked about the stance from Iran and also Israel and also the U.S. role in this kind of conflicts. So how does the Arab countries, what about their major concerns about these conflicts? Because we have seen the missile launches as just overthrow their airspace, and also about the fighters, the fighter jets, they have intercepted the airspace in this kind of countries.
I think also the Arab states, neighboring states, they also face a dilemma, because we should know that in many Arab states, they don't want nuclear bombs produced in Iran. And they could accept that Iran has nuclear capabilities, but they don't want nuclear plants or nuclear bombs in Iran. And also, on the other hand, they don't want the missiles or the airplane jets, the Air Force jets flying across their air because it could be dangerous for their national security. So that's why this may put them into the dilemma. But then on the other hand, as we mentioned, that Israel started the war, and Israel right now is also attacking by their air forces the targets inside Iran. That is a very, very direct challenge to the sovereignty and independence of Iran. And this could not be accepted by any terms, by any states in the international community. So that's why the Middle Eastern neighboring countries, particularly the Arab states, they now face a kind of a choice. Could they support either side, or just they stand in the middle? If they stand in the middle, they have to make some kind of the very clear stance that they don't want a war. But then, if we look at the reality, it's impossible, because if Israel want to attack Iran, their jets should fly over some airspaces of some countries, neighboring countries. But then, if Iran want to counterattack, their missiles also have to fly across some kind of the state's air space. So that's why it makes these states into the kind of a dilemma. This dilemma means that the regional countries by their own cannot help bring resolutions to end the war. This means that maybe bigger powers, particularly the United States, should play a more determining and pressing role to help the war to the end.
Professor Wang Jin, we know that Tehran and Moscow, they have the phone calls over the situation on this issue. And also Russia has said they would like to play a kind of mediation role. And we know the US and Russia, they have talked a lot about how to have this kind of dialogue for the Iran nuclear process. So how do we see the Russia's role right now, especially when the US is mobilizing its aircraft carrier to this region?
I think Russia also played an important, very constructive role, because at the very first time of the war started, Russian President Vladimir Putin and called the leaders both in Iran and Israel to help send messages for peace and try to pacify the tension. But the problem is that Russia is not the country started the war, and Russia is not the country facilitates the process of the war. Russia is the country who has a willingness to stop the war, but actually it cannot play a determining role for the end of the war. So that's why Russia's war could be very constructive, but it should not be regarded as the one who can determine the future. The real thing I think should determine the future should be the United States, because United States has strong influence over Israeli determined decision-making circles and weaponry supply chains, and also United States terms determines what kind of stances would be held by Iranians' decision-making circles. That could be very crucial. So that's why I think when we're talking about Russia, we should praise them for the efforts and the contribution for the peace. But when we're talking about who should play the bigger role, it should be United States.
So, Professor Wang Jin, we have noticed that after this round of conflicts, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi also had phone calls with Iranian Foreign Minister and also Israeli Foreign Minister on the same day. And also, both countries have briefed China on their position and also their concerns and also about their terms, their demands. So, what other key message sent from China's position in this conflict?
Now, I think China, as a member of the United Nations Security Council, as well as a very important country regarded by the regional states who could play the kind of role for facilitating peace, has already contributed our voices for peace and has already contributed our efforts for peace. Because we know that China has relations both with Israel and Iran. That is not very usually seen in the international community. And also China's the voices could be accepted by both countries, and also China's voices, claims represents the commonly shared opinion for the international community that the war should be suspended. China in this conversation, Wang Yi stressed that Israel's attacks against Iran should not be accepted because it's directly against the international norms and regulation. But when also Wang Yi talked with Israel Foreign Minister Katz, also Wang Yi mentioned that Israel has some kind of concerns, but these concerns should be expressed through the legal way rather than the violent way. So I think China realizes how complicating of this conflict, and it is highly urgent for the international community to enforce its own shared voices over the ongoing war and help to bridge the communication channel for the conflicting parties to end the war as early as possible.
So, Professor Wang Jing, we talked about the JCPOA's the failure of that previous agreement, and also now with this kind of conflict, of course the talks between U.S. and Iran over this kind of issue will be kind of temporarily terminated. So, do you see there is any future possibility to restart this kind of negotiation? Maybe the Iran will be more hardline on this issue.
I don't think it's. We all hope that this JCPOA could come back. We all hope that the war could end, and then maybe the more reliable mechanism or the structure of negotiation agreement could be reached. But the fact is that I don't think it could be easy task because the division, the key to reach the kind of nuclear agreement between Iran and the international community is the relations and the division, how to solve the division between Iran and the United States. But given the fact that right now is that the United States ideas over all the nuclear issue is so strongly different from what Iran holds. And also considering the interests and strategic concerns from Israel, that could be further difficult. So we hope that it could come back and the mechanism could work. But I think in the reality, maybe it could be very difficult.
Yes, we know we take a broader picture in this region. We know the Houthi forces, Houthi revolutionary forces. They have also the kind of conflict with Israel, and so with this kind of escalated conflict between Iran and Israel, how to see this situation around the Red Sea region?
I think it's also facing the escalation because Yemen Houthi has a very special status. It's the biggest and the most powerful factions in the country, but it does not have international legitimacy. I mean, for example, if you are looking at who sits in the member states, seats in the United Nations, it's a government, a representative from the other faction rather than Yemen Houthi. And so that's why Yemen Houthi aims to try to raise its international role by attacking. And also according to the ideology as well, the very close ties with Iran, they also aims to targets Israeli targets so by their own missiles or drones. So according to the perspective of Israel, that Yemen Houthi and Iran, they are the same terms, they are the same camp, just with different names. So that's why the hostilities between Yemen Houthi and Israel might escalate, and also that means that the Red Sea would not be safe, and finally it will endanger everybody.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for a wonderful analysis, and let's stay tuned for the latest development. And of course, we're praying for the peace, and because the war has caused huge casualties and a lot of damages and instability in the region, especially when we talk about the attacks over the nuclear facilities. So this is the CGTN live streaming special for the Iran-Israel conflicts, and stay tuned, and we will come back later.
It is day 5 of the Israel-Iran conflict, and there has yet to be any sign of de-escalation. The two countries have continued to exchange missile attacks after Israel's initial salvo on Friday. Several nations have urged their citizens to evacuate. China, Germany, and Poland will evacuate their citizens from Israel via Jordan. Australia is making plans to evacuate its nationals from Iran. Earlier, U.S. President Donald Trump told Iranians to immediately evacuate Tehran. The U.S. has said Israel's assault could end if Iran agrees to U.S. demands for restrictions on Tehran's nuclear program.
An Israeli strike has hit Iran's state television broadcaster while it was live on air. As explosions were heard, the news anchor Sahar Imami tried to continue with Monday's live program. But when a direct strike sent debris and dust flying through the air, she was forced to stop and leave the Tehran studio. The Islamic Republic of Iran news network says its building was hit by 4 Israeli bombs. A spokesman for Iran's foreign minister says targeting Iran's news agency during a live broadcast is, and I quote, a wicked war crime. Israel and Iran have been trading missile strikes since last Friday.
And Iran says it will not negotiate a ceasefire while under Israeli attack. But Israel says its operation in Iran will take weeks. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the Israeli Air Force controls the skies over Tehran. Our Jonathan Rengev reports from Tel Aviv.
As day 4 of the war between Israel and Iran is coming to an end, there is perhaps an indication from Tehran that Iran may be looking for the road outside of this conflict. Unconfirmed reports, we have to say no confirmation whatsoever, but these unconfirmed reports suggest that Iran turned to 3 of America's allies in the region, Oman, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, asking them to put pressure on the United States, for it to put pressure on Israel to head for a ceasefire. In return, Iran would be accepting much more flexibility when it comes to the nuclear talks with the Trump administration, something the Iranians did not do in the previous rounds of negotiations. No confirmation for this report, and as it seems, no acceptance at all on behalf of Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was asked on this issue on Monday evening, saying, I'm not surprised that the Iranians are looking for a way out. Is this an indication that, at least for now, Israel is not willing to stop? Maybe so. Israel, of course, is targeting again and again all over Iran, especially in the capital, Tehran, being the symbolic city that it is. And yes, Israel is clearly succeeding, but the success comes with a heavy price, a very heavy price, night after night. Ballistic missiles coming from Iran are able to penetrate the Israeli missile defense system. They land, they make impact in various cities, and every morning Israelis wake up to the sight of destruction that these missiles inflict, to the news of more and more people being killed. And there's just a certain amount of time as to how much the Israeli public can stand this, can stand the closure that this country is going through at this time.
The International Atomic Energy Agency reports there has been no further damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear enrichment plant since Israeli attacks last Friday. The chief of the UN's nuclear watchdog says it was likely that all centrifuges running at Iran's biggest uranium enrichment plant were badly damaged because of a power cut caused by an Israeli strike. Another nuclear facility site in Isfahan sustained damages to 4 of its buildings, including a uranium conversion plant. Our correspondent Joanna Splashberger reports from the IAEA headquarters in Vienna.
After the IAEA reported the destruction of above-ground facilities at Iran's nuclear Natanz site, the Vienna agency on Monday released further damage details at another nuclear enrichment plant Israeli forces struck on Friday.
At the Isfahan nuclear site, 4 buildings were damaged in Friday's attack: the Central Chemical Laboratory, a uranium conversion plant,
During an exceptional IAEA board meeting, agency chief Rafael Grossi said there was no sign of further damage at Iran's Natanz or Fordo enrichment plants, while radiation levels outside the sites remained normal. Within the Natanz facility, there was both radiological and chemical contamination, Grossi said. Meanwhile, a number of countries condemned Israel's attack at the IAEA meeting.
The large majority of countries of the board and also observers are considering this aggression by Israel unlawful, which is a very important statement to make.
Iran's permanent representative to the IAEA, Reza Najafi, said Iran will continue to respond with full force against Israeli attacks, referring to its right to self-defense.
The IAEA and its Director General had a clear responsibility to take effective preventive and deterrent measures. The board must condemn Israeli aggression in its strongest term and hold it accountable. Otherwise, consequences would be with those appeasing this aggressor child killer regime.
The IAEA says it will remain present in Iran with safeguard inspections resuming as soon as safety conditions allow, as required under Iran's nuclear non-proliferation treaty obligations. Iranian officials, however, responded that expectations Tehran will continue its voluntary commitments to the treaty are unjustified when its nuclear facilities are freely targeted by a non-member. Johannes Blechberger, CGTN, Vienna.
Russia has condemned the dangerous escalation of conflict between Iran and Israel. President Vladimir Putin's spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said on Monday that Russia remains ready to do everything necessary to eliminate the root causes of the crisis. But he added the situation has become more complicated. He reiterated Moscow's previous proposal to remove highly enriched uranium from Iran and convert it into civilian reactor fuel as a potential solution. Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov urged all parties to exercise restraint, saying there is no alternative to diplomacy.
Just to reiterate what we reported earlier, the conflict has prompted U.S. President Donald Trump to cut short his trip to the Group of Seven summit in Canada. Trump's helicopter took off from the summit venue in the Canadian Rockies on Monday. The White House said Trump was returning to Washington due to the crisis in the Middle East. The U.S. president has declined to say if the U.S. will participate in Israel's fight against Iran, adding that Iran will be foolish to reject a peace deal with Israel. The G7 statement has called for a de-escalation of the conflict, but a U.S. official says Trump will not sign the statement. Mitch McCain reports from Alberta.
It's been reported that that document has been agreed to by all G7 countries apart from the United States, and now it's been reported by US media that the United States and Donald Trump has no intention of signing the document. The document itself is reportedly short and only contains 3 points. Number one, Israel has the right to defend itself. Number two, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And number three, they are calling for a de-escalation in the conflict. Now, Donald Trump has just spoken in the last hour alongside the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. Mr. Trump was asked about this situation and whether or not Iran was trying to talk and come to the negotiating table. Donald Trump said that Iran had 60 days to talk already. He's referring to the time the US gave Iran to come to the negotiating table, to come to a deal when it comes to nuclear power. He was also asked what it would take for the US to become involved in this military conflict. Donald Trump simply said, "I don't want to talk about that." So plenty of points to come from that press conference this morning. Another interesting point here is that Russia has indirectly become involved in the fact that Russia said it is willing to help negotiations. Now, Donald Trump said yesterday that he was open to that, but that has been flatly rejected by another G7 leader, Emmanuel Macron of France, who said it would be inappropriate because Russia has violated the UN Charter for several years and should not be involved in this.
U.S. news outlet Axios reports the Trump administration is discussing with Iran the possibility of a meeting this week between U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi to discuss a nuclear deal and ceasefire with Israel.
And let's get you more analysis on the situation. We're now joined by Professor Wang Jin, Director of the Center for Strategic Studies at Northwest University in Xi'an. Professor Wang, U.S. President Donald Trump has urged everyone, and the emphasis here being on everyone, to immediately evacuate Tehran. Previously, we heard that people living close to key facilities in the city were warned to leave. Now that is expanded to everyone in Tehran. What does that mean?
I think that means that the United States still wants to give new pressure to Iran, and also that the United States terms maybe still a little bit far and away from the stances that held by Iran, because we know that after this latest round of conflict erupted between Israel and Iran, the United States hopes to use this kind of the crisis, use this kind of the war to impose new pressure to make Iran to make concessions on the negotiation table, to accept the terms from the United States. That is that Iran should abandon its nuclear capabilities and to transfer its enriched uraniums to the international community. And these terms that could not be accepted by Iran on the negotiation table. So that's why, given that the tension is rising, particularly the recent, during the past 24 hours, 48 hours, we are looking at more and more wars and missiles attacks from Israel to Iran and from Iran to Israel. We could witness very clearly that the United States hopes to utilize this very particular opportunity to impose new pressure to Iran, to make Iran to accept the terms.
Now, Professor Wang, U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin have agreed that the conflict between Israel and Iran should end. In your opinion, do you think this will happen anytime soon?
We hope that the peace could come under the mediation of international community, including the United States and Russia. But we have to face the reality. It might be very difficult that this kind of the mediation could work within a very short term. Given that, we have to know that the tension is rising, and meanwhile, the hostilities between different public opinions, both inside Israel and Iran, become more and more strong. And also that we are also witnessing the escalation of the crisis and also expansion of the war areas between Israel and Iran. So it might be very difficult to end the war, given that, as we mentioned, the stances held by Israel and Iran are still conflicting with each other. For example, Israel maintained that Iran should give up all its nuclear capabilities, and including maybe the missile capabilities. And these terms could not be accepted by Iran, who maintained that Iran had the legal rights to maintain the peaceful use of nuclear capabilities. So that's why maybe that Russia played a role, and also we should praise Russia's efforts. But we have to say, when we're looking at the reality, these kind of the mediation efforts might not work within a very short term.
Professor Wang, there seems to be division within Trump's party about whether the U.S. should intervene in the conflict in order to help Israel. What can you tell us about that?
I think this intervention could be understood very easily, because now Israel is under attack as a very, very important regional partner and so-called close ally of Israel. The United States has already extended its military structure to help Israel intercept the missiles directly from Iran to Israel. So that's why the United States, to some extent, has already directly involvement into this war. And also, on the other hand, maybe some opinions inside the United States maintain that, okay, now Israel has already enjoyed the upper hand in the kind of the military confrontation with Iran, so that the United States should utilize this opportunity to attack the targets inside Iran directly. But we should know that I think for Donald Trump administration, the very fundamental principle in the Middle Eastern policy, like the other regional policies, are that the United States should keep away from direct involvement into the regional affairs. And this direct involvement into regional affairs means that the United States should share the new burden and responsibilities and transfer new resources to this region. And these things could not be accepted by Donald Trump. So that's why I think maybe there were some divisions. But I think the United States might still keep away from the direct involvement into the regional war. And that would not be the good news for the end of the war. And the United States maybe should do more to bring peace back to this region as early as possible.
Professor Wang Jin at
Hello and welcome to join CGTN live special coverage about Israel-Iran conflicts. And I'm Shen Shiwei, joining live in Beijing. And in this section, we have Professor He Wenping. She's a senior research fellow at the China-Africa Institute, and she's also a well-known expert on the Middle East affairs. So, Professor He, we have seen the escalation of the conflict between Iran and Israel just in a couple of hours. So what are the fundamental driving forces or factors behind this escalation into such a large-scale military actions?
Well, thank you for having me, Shui. Actually, when like 2 days ago, when we heard that Israel gave a very sudden airstrike on Iran, actually this is not out of my imagination. It's not that big surprise. The surprise is just saying, wow, happened today. Wow, not like on Sunday, because before there was some saying the Israel will plan to give an airstrike on Iran just on Sunday, 2 days later, rather than just the eve of the early morning of Friday. Actually, why it is not a surprise for me? Because this is not saying saying Israel will airstrike Iran. They have been saying that for a long time. Quite a long time. Even Donald Trump, U.S. President Donald Trump, when they have several rounds talk with Iran on the nuclear deal, Donald Trump also using his normal way. One hand is threatening, give the ultimate this pressure to Iran. Another hand saying, wow, diplomatic talk, and they saying if you are not reach the deal with the United States, we are going to bomb you. This is his words. Yeah, before he also using these words like to handle like Israel with the Gaza, also give the words to the Hamas, saying if you are not release all those fugitive, those hostage, and then they are going to face the serious consequences for the Hamas. So to the perspective of Donald Trump, this is always works. This kind of words, threatening, and then give the pressure to the end. So I think now the Israel also want to take this chance, you see, to, in the Netanyahu's words, wipe out all those nuclear, this kind of threat. Especially they are saying Iran has been building nuclear weapon, so they will wipe out this threat to Israel's security concern. So they are doing that. So they have been doing planning this for a long time. That's why they can targeting or specific target. Those target knows exactly where they are. Even knows exactly those top Iranian, those military leader where they are. These top nuclear scientists where they are. So they've been planning this a long time. Also getting all those accurate those information. Intelligence information, or everything is in their control. So that's why you see from very beginning we heard lots of damage caused to Iranian side, including those casualties goes to those top, those general and also top nuclear scientists. So the driving force, of course, for Netanyahu and for the Israeli government, they think even the opposition party is saying now for airstrike in Iran, they got all the support, even from opposition party in Israel. So targeting to Iran is no dispute among all those Israeli parties, no matter opposition or like Netanyahu's, his own party. Now you see, anti-Iran, this is can unite it, all those parties in Israel. This also can, this is another driving force for Netanyahu himself, make his own ruling position now stronger and tougher than before. Because when he continue, bombing the Gaza, kill the Hamas, somehow there is some internal dispute because those, hostages, those family member and some other opposition party, they think maybe this is the time, not bombing and then talking, bring the hostages back. Of course, the purpose bring the hostages back. But when you are bombing, killing a lot, maybe put those hostages' life in danger. So they're somehow not that united, that strongly together. But now by targeting Iran, no this kind of worry for Netanyahu's this own position getting stronger. Of course, Iran has been long time regarded as the biggest threat, security threat for Israel, because Israel thinking, wow, Iran is building his nuclear weapon all the time. Plus, before Israel make this airstrike that day, 13, and then saying by 12, June 12, and then Iran made announcement saying they are going to implement the new technical know-how, saying to make the uranium this enrichment becoming higher, higher level, and even speedy the procedure. So according to the Israel's this judgment, saying Iran now is about maybe just 2 days. This is their words, maybe just the 2 days they can make a nuclear weapon now. So these things cannot be delayed anymore. Even 1 day cannot delay. So go strictly to the nuclear facility in Iran, because Iran already saying they are going to use the new technical know-how, upgraded this uranium enrichment, and also there's widely saying Iranians uranium enrichment already up to 60% more. You see, to building a nuclear weapon. Now it's close. Plus, recently, Israel seems have another, the weapons in their hand. That is IAEA, passed the resolution recently. Before all those previous time, IAEA seems to always side with Iran, always give, the positive words to Iran, saying Iran has been firmly abide by those, nuclear deal, not go beyond this boundary. But now the recent IAEA meeting now give these critical points to Iran. Not rather than before side with Iran. Now this time saying Iran now go too far. So this is also give Israel, Netanyahu government, another weapon in their hands. So with this strike, seems now I destroy Iran in this nuclear facility. This also fit with IAEA, their judgment. So that's why you see the even European country and the United States, of course, United States always supported Israel, but even European countries, didn't say, why you have been doing bad thing, you are against the Iranian sovereignty, whatever, territorial integrity, so to keep the mouth shut. So seems now, Israel has those, justification for the airstrike.
So actually, that is one of the dangerous parts because many countries have expressed their concerns that the airstrike from Israel to Iran has violated the sovereignty and the territorial integrity, and that also against the international laws and also the UN Charter of Iran, especially in terms of the territorial integrity and the sovereignty part. So that gave us a very negative impact, like this kind of airstrike, especially targeting those nuclear facilities, will bring more damage and insecurity to this region because of the non-proliferation of the nuclear materials.
Yes, that's for sure. Now the situation, security situation in the Middle East area, even go beyond that area or can spill over to other places. Now, of course, is now intensified. While all those good momentum, I think China has been contributed a lot, like bringing Saudi Arabia and Iran together, and then mutually even reset up the embassy. So the things moving to the good, those momentum, and then suddenly we have heard, we have seen that Gaza, this the Israel and the Hamas have been fighting already. This is already 20 months now. This conflict between Israel and the Gaza Hamas, but now goes to another one. All those years, those intensified situation in the Middle East that hasn't been, you see, getting better, rather than getting worse. You see, Israel this time made a very tough decision. They want to use this, this Hamas attacked Israel at the beginning, use this as a very good, in their eyes, this is a historical chances for them to wipe out all those like small brothers, so-called small brothers. Iran had been backed off. That is Hezbollah from Lebanon, and also Hamas, of course. Hamas now has been targeted a lot. And then Hezbollah in Lebanon also being destroyed quite a lot. And then another one is Yemen's Houthis, these forces. You see the Yemen Houthi forces, wow, now recently sending missiles to the Israel, even targeting to the airport. So in the eyes of the Israel, all of this, those little brothers supported by Iran, now should be, cut their hands, because this hands is all the way coming from Tehran, Iran, and then stretch out. So those hands is too long by Iran handling. So should cut those hands first. Now they think those hands has been cut off already, quite a lot. Now needs to go to the big person behind all those hands, those little brothers. So that's why now this is time to target into Iran, directly. So in the eyes of Israel, this is also historical chance to reshape the Middle East, all the international setup. Before Donald Trump, before Donald Trump, the first administration's time, 8 years ago, and then Donald Trump already set up saying this Iran is a troublemaker, troublemaker, should be as a target by all those countries in that area. Or even encourage Israel to resume diplomatic ties, like with Saudi Arabia, with UAE, with Qatar, with all other the Arabic or Islamic those countries there, and then saying now you have a common enemy. That is Iran. You see, Iran teamed up with their those little brothers, even including before the Syria government, the Assad. That also because Iran heavily backed up Assad regime in the Syria. But now you see Syria government also changed. Wow, that's why recently when the Donald Trump visited Middle East, and then quickly, even met this Syria new this governor, this leader, and then even lifted all the sanctions on the Syria immediately. So you see Syria already back to together with this Saudi and UAE, and then under the flag of the United States. So now only the Iran becoming isolated and also lonely. Seems now Iran has no others. He can, teamed up and then can have a big fight with Israel. You see, that's why the Iran now, after those revenge attack, revenge to Israel, even I heard they send the message out saying now would like to renegotiate with the United States as long as Israel stop attack, and then they are saying, okay, we're back to the negotiation table, and then even saying maybe we'll quickly reach a deal as the U.S. The plan. So Iran, because simply now their own those strengths now is obviously is getting less than before. That is a new setup of the Middle East, this international this situation, because no more the power is no longer balanced like before. Before seems like a little bit balance. Iran at least can have so-called the Shia for the Shia this alliance,
Yes,
but now
the
this
Shia
but now the
crescent,
this is Shia this alliance now no longer that strong. At least has been destroyed quite a lot. So Israel now,
Professor,
this is a time.
So Professor He, you mentioned a lot about Israel's plans. It seems like Israel has an agenda, like from removing the leaders from Hezbollah and also targeting Hamas and also targeting Yemen Houthis, and now they come to Tehran, the Iran side. So what is the Israel's ultimate goal? Does Israel really want to overthrow the government? Because the President Trump, according to some media's report, has suspended Netanyahu's plan to assassinate the supreme leader of Iran. So that would cause kind of overthrow the government. So what is the ultimate goal of Israel?
Israel's goal, first of all, they want to wipe out the so-called Iran's nuclear, this threat, a nuclear weapon. They think the nuclear weapon is just at the edge to be built up. So wipe out this threat to Israel's this security. This is the biggest concern. In Netanyahu's eyes, he thought this one have to be wiped out, but not saying, wow, overthrow this regime of this Iran government. Netanyahu said, "Oh, we are not going to kill this supreme leader, Khamenei. This is not in our plan." But those messages sometimes come out with a conflicting way. Even we heard some other message saying by targeting Iran, at least the Iran people will feel happy. If you killed all those leaders, in their eyes, they think Iranian people has been suffering also long time from this regime. Iranian people even don't like this regime. So maybe by this way, Israel has been doing and then can cause those grassroots people in Iran, maybe they turn out and then they're on the street and then they are calling the down of those leaders. This is somehow some of those think tanks from Israel. They come out with one of the scenario like this. So if these things happen, what? No need Israel to do any second strike. The Iran regime already done. Another scenario, they are saying, all right, the people on the street now is saying united together. Israel's airstrike make Iranian people now further united, and then they supported the government to do the revenge. So if this scenario happened like that way, so Israel side, will also take back one step back. They just meet the target, that is destroy all those nuclear facilities. Now they're going to even kill those head of those revolutionary guard of the Iran, and also kill those nuclear scientists, make your nuclear this development now cannot be taken place, resume that fast because your top brain already lost their life. So actually, of course, I think Netanyahu, in their mind, because they're just 7 people, make this final airstrike, this decision, even in the circle of the Israel government. So they reached some conclusion. So if a first target, of course, that thing must be done. That is wipe out nuclear facility. Second, if things going well, okay, bring down the Iran regime. That's the best solution. So you see, we need to rethink why the United States press released out this kind of talking, saying, Donald Trump even saying not good idea. I stopped Netanyahu this idea, want to kill, the supreme leader of Iran, saying that was Donald Trump stopped the idea. So this message is very interesting. Number one, he can come out with the understanding saying, the Netanyahu even proposed the idea to go strictly, kill the supreme leader of Iran. Yeah, they put forward this, which means, Israel have this goal, want to kill the top leader and directly make this Iranian government down. You see, the Donald Trump stopped this idea. This is another message. Donald Trump wouldn't give this message to Iranian side. You see, if we start without Donald Trump, maybe your supreme leader also being assassinated. You see, so you have to come back with United States to reach that deal. Otherwise, even your supreme leader life is in danger. So you just think about that, You should double think. You come back to negotiation table quickly, signal, sign your agreement with this deal. Cannot double saying trying to raise new request for this deal. So Donald Trump made several threats, saying not too late, come sign. That's the day you have to sign. And the nuclear weapon, Iran is never being allowed, even capital letter. He just released the new social media blog when he joined the G7 meeting in Canada. So those are the message, you see, from Donald Trump, this message, which means Israel, even also make this regime change. That's also the goal. But not saying this goal have to reach this time, but at least reach the number one, the goal that is wipe out nuclear facility.
So Professor, it seems that the Middle East has now trapped into a kind of escalation of conflicts and mistrust and full of violence and threats, and especially in terms of the negotiation terms and a kind of external pressure, especially from Washington. Can this kind of model sustain to have a security framework? It seems that not possible to have a kind of agreement because the U.S. has jeopardized and withdrawn the JCPOA once before.
can they be trusted again in this security framework?
Well, I think it's extremely difficult now saying bring back the new this peaceful framework for all the countries now living in a peaceful way. You see, in the past 20 months, ever since this Gaza, Hamas and the Israel war had been broken out, now it's go further, far away from peaceful coexistence. Even the two-state solution for Palestinian issue now even far away. Even from the United States already saying they are no longer back up this two-state solution for Palestinian Israel this issue. Now the Israel continue now expanding this settlement plan, now moving to take more this Palestinian land. So this is a fundamental issue in whole of the region, Israel-Palestinian this conflict. You see, this is not saying moving to the final two-state solution. Eventually, two countries are there living peacefully. Now it's going to another direction that will come out with more conflict rather than less conflict. And then apart from this conflict, another conflict that is Israel with Iran. Before you mentioned this JCPOA, after so many years talk with all those five permanent members in the UN Security Council, of course, China is also one of that, plus Germany, and then reached this JCPOA during this Obama's time even, and then finally all the world thinking, wow, this is a very good result coming from this multilateralism, lots of countries involved, and then resolve this issue. And then we have seen relatively several years peaceful situation. And the Iranian saying, okay, we reduce this uranium enrichment, and then you should exchange for sanction release on Iran. But suddenly, this Donald Trump first administration took the office, White House, and then bilaterally quit from this JCPOA. When you see bilaterally, U.S. quit, and then put sanction on Iran. And then those started. We have to make clear, this destroy this JCPOA first has been done by United States, Donald Trump administration. And then this Iran have to later on because you put on sanction on us, and then we cannot continue follow those restrictions on Iran according to JCPOA because that's unfair. So and then gradually Iran also resume back to those like continue to do enrichment for uranium, those things, because you already sanctioned on Iran, so it's not that fair. Even Iranian always call for European countries, also including China and Russia, saying now this is not fair for the Iran. You have to release somehow those sanctions. Because people's life has been suffering. Even all those things, everything, inflation is high. Iranian people are under this sanction. So you see, now this is the sequence, causes and effect. By the way, now we have seen Israel, backed up by the United States. Even this Hamas, Gaza people, innocent people, women and children being killed a lot. This is a collective punishment to Palestinian people as a whole. Not only goes to Hamas, in the name of kill Hamas, but all the people, Palestinian people in Gaza, has been, being collectively punished. Even more than 60,000 people died. Those death toll is getting higher. But Israel not stop with this war, just go to those little brothers, Hamas, and then this Hezbollah and the Houthis. They want to kill the big brother, that is Iran, saying that is a fundamental causes. For all the things Israel think they are not in that security situation. Now that's why they're doing now the airstrike to Iran.
Thank you, Professor He. And this is CGTN special coverage about Iran-Israel conflicts. And stay tuned. We will bring you more updates and analysis. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome to join the CGTN live special coverage about the conflicts between Israel and Iran. So joining this section is Tangen. He's a senior research fellow from the Taihe Institute and also chairman of the Asia Narrative. And this is your host, Shen Shiwei, joining you live here in Beijing. So Tangen, hello, welcome to join this episode. So we know the conflict has escalated into a larger scale, and so from the U.S. perspective, what is the U.S. role in this part? Because some people say without the green light from Washington, Israel will not have the boat to launch such kind of a large military strike against Iran.
Yes, the United States has been intimately involved in the whole process. You'll note that the attack came on the 61st day after Donald Trump had given a 60-day period when he said he wanted to reach an agreement and that Iran had to comply or all hell would break loose. He said that a number of times. Also, the amount of planning that would be involved in killing 20 generals, about, 8 or 9 major scientists, and then also other government people is enormous. They would have had to have actual on-the-ground intelligence that they had and know where these people were going to be for a long period of time prior to this attack. So obviously, they had very, very sophisticated logistics and intelligence that was helping them also to coordinate their attack, because this was a huge attack spread out. Iran is a very large country. They would have had to use U.S. satellites. Donald Trump has made it clear after being unclear that, yes, he knew about it and that he applauded what was happening. The question is, what happens after this?
Yes. So Tangen, we know from the Iranian side, they said they don't have the desire to obtain a nuclear weapon, but from the U.S. side, we have seen there's a kind of a cheer on social media, like they stand with Israel, and some politicians even called out to overthrow the Iranian government. What is the ultimate goal for the U.S. side in this part, in this region?
Well, like many things, this is not a situation where the United States actually has an end game. The idea that somehow a change of government would change the Iranian people's feeling about it is wrong. And that's clearly been demonstrated. Iran has actually pulled together because of this, what they see as an unprovoked attack in the midst of peace negotiations. So it's really hard to believe that any new government, regardless of what happens to the existing one, would be in favor of the United States. Obviously, as I said before, people feel very strongly that the U.S. was involved intimately in every single part of this attack, and that will not easily be forgiven. In terms of Iran's claims that they do not want a nuclear bomb, maybe that was true before. But at this point, it would be very hard to believe that they don't, that they're going to throw that option out, given that the nuclear option would be the only one that would have protected them from such an attack as this. I mean, for Iran, this is the equivalent of Pearl Harbor. They see this as unprovoked in the middle of negotiations by a power that is trying to force them into changing their government and everything about their economy.
Yes, Professor Tangen, we know that for Israeli sides, they have insisted they want to have a more secure environment in this region. But now we have seen that the chaotic situation in Iraq, in Syria, in Afghanistan, and now there is some more chaos in this region because of the airstrike against Iran. So do you think this kind of escalation of tensions will create more insecure situation to the neighboring area, especially when we see that this kind of conflicts has go to a larger scale?
Well, 3 points. The first one is, yes, of course, this is creating insecurity. The second one is something that China often says, no country's security can depend on the insecurity of other countries. It is not stable. Their inability to feel secure will at some point erupt in violence. The third point is that, U.S. and this whole part about what Israel is trying to do is a war crime. They cannot be maintaining these types of activities and think that the world isn't noticing. They will be called to account in the future. If not in the near future, then by history. Because, you have a situation where on one hand, the U.S. says Israel has every right to attack multiple countries because it feels insecure. That its right to defend itself means attacking and killing women and children, bombing indiscriminately in other countries. But on the other hand, the U.S. has said Russia's feelings of insecurity did not justify its attack on Ukraine. So it has to be one or the other. It cannot be selective. The United States is caught in its own web of deceit, lies, and hypocrisy. And this is increasingly becoming apparent to the rest of the world. Leaders may, in fact, try to coddle or get along with Donald Trump because they see him as something that's going to only be around for 3.5 years. But long term, every country is now going to look at the U.S. in a very, very, very different way.
Yeah, so Tonga, we have noticed that a lot of countries have expressed concerns about Israel's military airstrike against Tehran, especially when the fighter jets, and also about the missiles that go through their airspace, especially, for example, like countries like Jordan and other neighboring countries, they expressed this kind of security concern. And also, for the international community, they condemn this kind of violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Iran. So do you think this kind of military airstrike has created a more insecure method, like you can just bomb a country by violating these kind of international norms?
Well, I mean, since Donald Trump had his first term, the idea has been the law of the jungle, that those who can inflict violence, coercion on other countries. The United States has tried to do this economically, and they are doing it militarily and politically. So at this point, yes, they are setting new low standards for countries to do whatever it is they feel they want to based on their perception, not reality. Remember, what Israel has done is in violation of the UN Charter that it signed onto. It has to be an imminent threat. There was no imminent threat. Tulsi Gabbard has said categorically that Iran was not close to having a nuclear weapon. But this has been something that Netanyahu has been saying since the early 2012, 2013. He would back then claim that Iran was hours away from having a nuclear weapon. So this is something that Netanyahu has been lying about. So why would we expect him to tell the truth? Fact is, Israel has this desire to hold sway over the entire Middle East. Country of less than 7 million people, wants to be able to rule over countries with populations nearing 200 million. This is exactly what everyone would term apartheid. The idea that one group can hold sway over other groups. It is not sustainable, and it will end in extreme tragedy for Israel, as it has for the people that Israel has attacked.
Yeah, so Tongan, we have seen that from the European perspective, from the US perspective, they have expressed their concerns about like the nuclear program in Iran. But on the other hand, we have seen the targeted military operation conducted by Israel are targeting the Iranian's nuclear facility. Especially, we have seen that those facilities they have the danger of the leakage of the uranium and also other nuclear materials. Do you think this kind of dilemma has bring more security situation, especially when we talk about the nuclear facility under attack?
Well, I mean, we can talk about what it is today, and it's a mess, obviously. And what the United States and Israel has done is going to only further resolve not only of Iran, but other countries to develop their own nuclear program as a shield against these kind of arbitrary attacks by nations like Israel. But let's go back to when Donald Trump walked away from the JCPOA. This was the agreement with Iran, where Iran would agree not to enrich anything beyond less than 4%. Their used uranium would have been sent for reprocessing to the Soviet Union, and everything was fine. But he walked away from that and has set up this situation, which he now claims he's saving by offering or threatening, but it's hard to know which one he's doing, depending on which moment he's talking, Iran, with either you comply with me or I will, obviously you need to evacuate Tehran, a city of 10 million people. These are civilians. Donald Trump has in essence declared the notion that he was willing to go to war with Iran. And the question is, over what? They don't have a nuclear program. Even his own cabinet members say so. So what is he doing? Is he simply complying with what Israel wants? And the question the American people should have is why? I mean, his base is not in favor of this. Overwhelmingly, MAGA are isolationists. They don't believe that the U.S. should be spending money and materials in the Middle East. They want the U.S. out of the Middle East, to let it be whatever it's going to be, but not involving U.S. treasure or lives.
So we have seen some analysis. They gave us the opinion like the U.S. want to manage the military confrontation scale in this region, but also they have the green lights Israel to bomb Iran, and also they offer the kind of negotiation to Tehran. But how do you see this kind of mixed signal sent from Washington? What is the real fundamental goal for Washington to achieve in this negotiation with Iran?
Well, under other presidents, they were trying to accomplish some sort of regime change. It's not clear exactly what Donald Trump is trying to accomplish. He keeps saying that he's going to bring peace to the Iran-Israel situation, the way he brought it to the India-Pakistan situation. Everybody is well aware that he believes he should receive the Nobel Peace Prize. Why? No one is exactly certain, but he has been applying for it and asking others to apply in his name. So it's possible that he thinks that this is the key to getting a Nobel Peace Prize, but he's going to want his terms. Much like in Ukraine. Ukraine, he went to them and said, look, either you sign over your resources to me, or I will drop you like a hot potato. When they first didn't agree, he put more pressure on them until they finally signed. So this is what Donald Trump is about. He wants to extract whatever he can from whoever he can. Doesn't matter if they're allies or competitors, neighbors. Wants to take whatever he can, and then whatever the terms are, they don't have to be fair. For instance, he's just signed an agreement with the UK. Is it fair? Well, they signed it. They signed it under duress. Absolutely. If I put a gun to your head and ask you to sign over your house, what are you going to say? So this is Donald Trump's whole persona when it comes to dealing with the world. He's a bully. He has the understanding of an 11-year-old when it comes to tariffs. Strongly believes somehow that other countries, China, whoever is exporting goods, is paying for the tariffs. And quite clearly, the tariffs are only paid by the importer whence they reach the United States. This simple fact does not seem to register in his mind, nor does he understand that the United States stands on the precipice of bankruptcy. Remember, this is a man who bankrupted 6 companies. Now he's on his way to bankrupting the largest company in the world, the United States.
So, Tonga, you have raised a very interesting point about the Trump style and also the negotiation tactics from this administration of the U.S. So, we have seen a lot of Arab countries, they also expressed the concerns of the conflict between Iran and Israel, and also they are quite worried about the U.S. Unpredictable policies towards Iran. So how do you see their response with their legitimate rights to have all these kind of security concerns?
Well, of course they do. I mean, it's not just the Arab countries, it's all the countries around the world. The idea that you're going back on the United Nations idea that we settle things through peaceful talks, through negotiations, using diplomacy to just get your gun and start firing at whoever you want. This is a complete breakdown in the international fabric that the United States created after World War II and is now walking away from. So yes, every country is concerned, and particularly for the Arab countries, they feel that this is anti-Muslim, that it's racist, and as I said, it's an attempt to insert an apartheid situation where Israel is in essence able to attack any country at any time at its will, simply because it has the power and the military might, the United States, behind it. So yes, this is a massive issue. Now, one other thing that has come up just recently is Donald Trump has indicated that he will not allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Remind that he said the same thing about North Korea. That didn't work out the way he said it would. In any event, right now, the United States is preparing earbuster bombs. These are bombs that can dig deep into the earth and explode. These are the only ways, short of a nuclear bomb, that they would be able to attack the hardened facilities. Literally, the facilities are under the mountains, effectively to destroy the enrichment program that they believe that is there. But in order to send those there, they would have to send B-52s. These are slow, lumbering jets. You can see them a mile away. They are not stealthy. They'd have to be accompanied by fighters. They'd have to be protected. The entire Iranian Air Force would have to be decimated, as well as every missile position, because these are like floating ducks in the air. You can see them a long way coming. So you're talking about a depth of confrontation that would be equal to an all-out war. This is what is really bothering everybody in the Middle East, throughout the world. Donald Trump, for no apparent gain, is risking a third world war, killing people indiscriminately in his hopes to get a, what, peace prize? Sounds a little strange.
So, Tongan, one last question for this episode. Many people argue that the Middle East now is trapped into a kind of situation that they create more insecurity by feeling not secure. So, do you agree on this point?
I agree, but why do they feel insecure? Because the United States broke the Middle East, country by country. I mean, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, you name it. The United States has left a path of wreckage of countries. Where do all of these immigrants coming from? Immigrants are coming from these countries because they're refugees. Their homes have been destroyed, their economies destroyed. What do you expect them to do? So they're trying to leave. The United States says we don't want them, even though it's the United States that has caused them to lose their homes and their countries and the economies they depended upon. So this is the situation that we're looking at. It doesn't make any sense. People constantly ask me, well, what's the policy? I said, there is no policy. Donald Trump is a mixture of ego, greed, right? And he goes moment by moment. He's used to, not planning, not delivering, just simply making controversies. I can give you a perfect example of that. For 18 years, he said the healthcare situation in America is a problem. Shortly before this last election, he was asked, "What is your healthcare program?" He answered he had a framework of concepts, e.g., he had nothing. 18 years after using this as a prop in his campaign speeches, 4 years while he was president, he still doesn't have a plan. So this should be a very clear indication to the world what type of person they're dealing with.
Thank you, Tangen. And this is the CGTN live special coverage about the conflict between Iran and Israel. And joining this episode is Tangen, Senior Research Fellow from Taihai Institute and also Chairman of Asia Narrative. And this is Shen Shiwei, and we will continue to note the situation in this region and also about the analysis, and we will bring more guests to have our in-depth thinking and analysis on the latest development. So stay tuned and we will bring you more. Hello, this is the CGTN live streaming special coverage about the conflict between Israel and Iran. And join us live from Tel Aviv is our CGTN reporter Jonathan Regev. Hello, Jonathan. Hello, Jonathan. Can you hear me? Could you give us the latest development in Tel Aviv about the conflict between Israel and Iran? Hello, Jonathan. I know you are at the site in Tel Aviv, and we can see some rubbles after the attack. Hello, Jonathan. Can you hear me? Hello, Jonathan.
No.
Yes.
No,
now
no,
we can see
I can't
from
hear the host.
I
can't hear the host.
The live
I can hear you.
From Tel Aviv, and we can see some rubbles on ground. And we are connecting signal with our CGTN reporter in Tel Aviv. And now we can see some buildings.
So this is the scene. We're in central Tel Aviv, a residential area, and you can see the outcome of what has happened here. This is just one of the sites where impacts happened in Tel Aviv. These are old buildings. All of these that you're seeing, this is a rather old residential areas, and the buildings here built in the 1940s, 1950s, clearly not meant to withstand such a large explosion. And you can see the images. And this is just one site. There are many such sites in the area of Tel Aviv, the city itself, and also in the suburbs, the surrounding cities you saw throughout the last few days. We were broadcasting from the city of Bat Yam, the city of Petah Tikva, Ramat Gan. All of these are suburbs of Tel Aviv. And this is a situation. You saw major destruction, sheer destruction. This is the situation here in this area. Again, a residential area of Tel Aviv. If you strike this area, you're not looking for any strategic plan, for anything military. This is targeting civilians, purely targeting civilians. You can see the sites. You can see the images here. Another residential building, an office building, and you can see the shots, everything shattered. This building, quite a remarkable Tel Aviv landmark. Everything shattered around here, everything being practically destroyed. These are the sites here in Tel Aviv, and I say again, this is just one location. There are various such locations around the city, various such locations around the Tel Aviv area, and not only the Tel Aviv area. Just some of the results of the Iranian missiles fired towards Israel since Friday night.
The damages caused in this conflict attack. So could you bring us some latest from the Israeli government about their military actions against Iran and also the missile attack from Iran? What is the latest response from Israeli government?
The latest response from the Israeli government is that this operation will continue. Only just a short time ago, the army released information that it has once again killed the chief of staff of the Iranian forces. This is the second time it is happening. The first one, the original or the acting chief of staff, was killed in the opening act of this war early on Friday morning, and his replacement was killed just about 96 hours later. The new chief of staff was in his position for about 4 days before he was killed himself. Israel is targeting the top brass of the Iranian military. These are high-ranking Iranian generals, not only capable in military warfare, but also with a lot of knowledge when it comes to military warfare, when it comes perhaps to the Iranian nuclear program. This is the Israeli response. And the Israeli public still at this time is backing the government, is very happy to see how step by step this existential threat of the Iranian nuclear plan and the Iranian ballistic missiles are being taken away. But there's only a certain scope of time as to how patient the Israeli public will be. You're seeing the images here. and it also comes with the fact that Israelis are running to shelter 2, 3, 4 times a day, not only at nighttime. There have also been a siren sounding early this morning at roughly 9 a.m. local time. So the Israeli public can, for the time being, withstand it, but not for a long time. I think, generally speaking, the Israeli public would like to see this war ending soon. Of course, there's a lot of success, a lot of accomplishments being achieved in Iran, but there's also a price being paid here, and there's only a certain time as to how much the Israeli public can take this.
We know during the conflicts in the past months Israel has conducted its operation against Hezbollah, has removed the leader from Hezbollah and also the leader from Hamas, and now we have seen the military strike to Iran. So from the Israeli government, what is the ultimate goal for Israel's military operation?
The goal of Israel, I think, is, even though no one will really say it, to achieve a better nuclear deal. Of course, Israel speaks, at least above the ground, of terminating with the Iranian nuclear program, putting it out altogether, a regime change in Iran. I think these goals are a bit exaggerated. Israel by itself cannot completely destroy the Iranian nuclear program. And I don't think that Israel by itself has the ability to bring regime change in Iran. What Israel can do and is doing is putting a lot of pressure on the Iranian regime in order for that regime to perhaps accept the American proposals in the nuclear talks that have been going on between Tehran and Washington. Up until Friday morning, Iran seemed to have a very steadfast, a very stubborn position in those nuclear negotiations, not being able to go towards the American positions, which are loud and clear. President Trump said it a couple of times. Iran cannot have a military nuclear plan, and Iran cannot enrich uranium. This is something that the Iranians clearly said no to. And now there's hope in Israel, and I think in the United States as well, that following this military hit, Iran will eventually say, okay, we understood, we took the hint, we will go back to negotiations and sign a deal that is better for the United States and also better for Israel. Of course, we've heard Benjamin Netanyahu say, we want to destroy the Iranian nuclear plan. We want to perhaps bring a regime change in Iran, speaking directly to the people of Iran. Israel, as strong as it may be, I don't think it has the power to bring them both together, but Israel has the ability to put a lot of pressure on Iran, and we have perhaps seen it as we have heard voices in the past 24 hours suggesting that Iran is already looking for a ceasefire and hinting that it will be much more flexible in the next round of nuclear talks if they actually take place.
Tel Aviv because of the conflicts, but there are also concerns about the Israeli military strike against Iran, which has violated the UN Charter and also territorial integrity and sovereignty. So on this part, on this kind of criticism, what is the latest response from Israeli government?
So as you're seeing the images again of these residential buildings hit, what Israel is saying is that the Iranian regime has one determinate and definitive goal, which is the destruction of the state of Israel, loud and clear. And it's not a secret. It's not as if the Iranian regime was trying to hide it. Iran said loud and clear, the current president, the former president, going back to President Ahmadinejad, that the main goal is to destroy the Zionist entity, as the Iranians are calling it, to make sure that the Zionist entity disappears from the world. That is the goal of the Iranian regime. And if this is the goal, then there are no barriers to the Israeli response, because if the Iranian goal is to destroy the state of Israel, to basically delete the state of Israel, I'll call it this way, make sure that it does no longer exist, then there are no barriers to the Israeli response. According to Israeli officials, Israel will do everything needed in order to deal with this threat. If we don't do it, say the Israelis, then Iran will eventually have enough power, have nuclear power, and create the many proxies that we're seeing here in the area up until less than a year ago, Hezbollah, the Assad regime, the Houthis, and so on, and bring out this plan together. And that is why Israel has no choice but to go out on a military campaign and use every means possible.
The situation in the Middle East has been kind of trapped into a kind of creating more insecure situation because many countries feels not that secure. So will this kind of security dilemma continue even the conflict has been escalated to such a large scale from the side observation?
Israel believes that the Iranian regime is the source of all instability in the region. It is the Iranian regime that first and foremost is fomenting this nuclear plan meant to destroy the state of Israel. But not only that, the Iranian regime is the one behind the Hezbollah, the one behind the Assad regime that controlled Syria up until 6 months ago. And so many Iranian proxies were using Syrian territory for attacks against Israel, for ammunition smuggles to Hezbollah. Hezbollah, of course, was a very strong proxy sitting right on Israel's northern border. Hamas and the Islamic Jihad in Gaza and also in the West Bank, funded and weaponized by Iran. The Houthis in Yemen, the proxies in Iraq, all of them being backed by the Iranian regime. And therefore, Israel says that all of the source of the instability comes from the Iranian regime. It should be said that the same voices are coming from the United States and also from Europe, from countries that are perhaps critical towards Israel, that have a lot of criticism towards the Israeli war in Gaza, for example, but are being much more understanding towards the campaign in Iran. Therefore, Israel says if the regime in Tehran is gone or at least weakened, that will dramatically decrease the level of instability in the Middle East.
The latest analysis and reports from our CGTN reporter in Tel Aviv, Jonathan. And thank you, Jonathan, and take care when doing the reports in Tel Aviv. And this is the CGTN live special coverage about the conflict between Iran and Israel. Stay tuned when we will bring you more from the latest development in this conflict. Hello and welcome to CGTN live streaming special coverage on the conflicts between Iran and Israel. And this is Shen Shui live from Beijing. And here we have the CGTN correspondent live in Tehran, Iran, Saifer Sarami. So, Saifer Sarami, could you give us the latest developments on site? Because we have seen a round of missile attacks from both Iran and Israel side.
Yeah, thank you. First, I have to explain that although I hold an official press card and reporting permission, the situation in Tehran remains extremely sensitive. Security forces are on high alert, especially after recent sabotage incidents. As a precaution, I'm reporting from the roof of my building. Many residents, including journalists and the city for safer places. And about the incidents, about the bombings, I have to tell you that yesterday at almost at 5 or 6 p.m. in the afternoon, I was exactly standing here on the roof of my building, and I saw the explosion behind me, and I noticed that it was the building of Iran's national TV. The main building was exploded. It was targeted by 2 missiles from 2 jet fighters.
So
I've heard
we
on the news reportedly.
we have seen some smoke behind you. So is that some place where
okay,
attacked?
Let me explain to you about that. It's an oil depot that exploded. That's unfortunately that's close to my grandpa's home. So my uncle and my grandpa felt the explosion closely. It's a very big oil depot that exploded, and that's one of the reasons that I also had a round of reporting in Tehran that I said that the gasoline has been rationed. We have long queues in gas stations and people are waiting for fuel. Yeah, last night my friend and I went to refuel our cars, and there are 4 gas stations in our neighborhood. 2 of them were out of service, and the other 2 were extremely crowded.
So we have seen the Israeli army. They have the military strike against Iran, and which has killed so many military leaders. Especially we have seen the latest news also said there's a senior military official was killed in the military attack. That is according to Israeli news outlets and also from their military side. So what is the latest response from Iranian government?
Iranian government has been launching missiles, since the day 1 of the war. And I was also reading this to Israel. Tehran aims to reassert deterrence after what it considers a serious violation of its sovereignty. Strategically, the operation is intended to target military infrastructure, intelligence sites, or sensitive facilities to demonstrate capability and resolve while avoiding a worse war between the 2 countries.
Yes, Saifer, we have seen the U.S. President Donald Trump has wrote on his social media that they call everyone in Tehran to immediately evacuate, and the U.S. is going to have more pressure on Tehran. So what is the latest response from Iranian government on the U.S. stance?
Unfortunately, President Trump is launching a psychological warfare against Iran, and now when he said the city should be evacuated, I witnessed that. And again, they are still leaving Tehran because he also tweeted that Tehran should be evacuated. So what Iran sees here is an extremely mixed signal. Because yesterday when he left the summit earlier, some Iranians said that he's leaving the summit to reach an agreement between Israel and Iran. But on the other side, some others speculated that no, he's trying to join the Israeli forces to attack Iran.
So now we have seen that the conflict has been escalated to a pretty large scale. So from the Iranian government, so what will be their plan? So is there any possibility to bring this war to the end or to the terminate it? What would be the Iranians' condition on this peace process?
Of course, exactly. I interviewed 2 days ago on behalf of CGTN. I interviewed Iranian international relations expert. He said something very interesting. He said, if Israel attacks us and we don't respond, and if Israeli attacks come at no cost, so they're going to just continue attacking us. So as long as Israel attacks Iran, Iran will respond. But on the other side, we have to say that Iranian officials, as far as I have witnessed myself, I think they are open to the path of diplomacy.
So we have seen some criticism that they said Iran would like to have a kind of nuclear bomb, but we have seen the official statement from the senior government official in Tehran that the country doesn't want to have a nuclear bomb, and they just want to have the legitimate rights to use the nuclear capability for peaceful means. So how do you see this kind of statements? What is the official stance from Iranian government on the nuclear capabilities?
In the last 20, 30, 40 years, Iranian officials, even the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, they have always emphasized that Iran is not seeking nuclear weapon. Even Ayatollah Khamenei, our Supreme Leader, issued a fatwa and he banned the use of nuclear weapons. So Iran has always explicitly, very, very transparently emphasized and said that we are not seeking nuclear weapons. What we want is our right to peaceful nuclear energy.
Okay. Thank you. That is the latest developments brought by our CGTN reporter in Tehran, Cypher, and Cypher Sarami. So take care, Cypher Sarami. We know there is a lot of attacks, and take care during the reporting.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So this is the CGTN live streaming special coverage about the conflicts between Iran and Israel, and we will stay tuned. We will continue to monitor the situation and bring you live from the different analysis and also the side observations from each side. So stay tuned.
today is that there were sirens here just about 4 hours ago. It was 9 a.m. local time. Why is this strange or different? Because up until now, the strikes from Iran came at night, and Israelis were living under the pretext or the illusion that daytimes are relatively safe and they can go wander out and about, but at night you'd have to be close to the safe rooms. This is no longer the case, as we've heard. There was a barrage of rockets coming this morning, a few making landfall with a few minor injuries and damage, not substantial damage we've seen in previous days. Iran is still sending barrages of missiles both in daytime and nighttime. They seem to be smaller than in the past, not 100 plus missiles sent in previous cases, but 20 here, 20 there, 15 there, perhaps easier to intercept when it's not such a large amount together, but they're scattered throughout the day, basically disturbing the daily lives here throughout the day, not only at nights. And this is a situation here. The last siren sounded roughly 4 hours ago, and there's now an understanding that it's not only at nighttime, missiles can also come at daytime.
All right. Sepper, reports of long queues leaving Tehran and after evacuation warnings from Israel. What more can you tell us about the impact of this escalation so far in Tehran?
Of course, I'm witnessing everything on the ground here because I personally live in west of Tehran, and west of Tehran is a place that Tehran residents mostly choose to go to north of Iran. So I went to the roof of my building last night, and I saw, yes, queues of cars just leaving the city, and also among my friends, family members, and even colleagues, even some journalists and in north of Tehran, in their homes, in other cities. Yes, that's absolutely right. But another problem that we have is that the gasoline, because now the gasoline, as I had another reporting a few days ago for CGTN, had been rationed. So, but as I said, most Tehranis are leaving the place. And yesterday, IDF, as Israel Defense Forces, announced that people in the northern district of Tehran should evacuate that place. And after a few hours, our national TV building, the main building, was targeted by IDF. And last night, President Trump said that Tehran should be evacuated, and that was something that again instilled fear in Iranians, especially to the people who live in Tehran, the capital, because now where can they go? How can they go? They have to have cars, they have to have fuel, they have to use their savings. So everything is very complicated here, but I totally approve that to leave the capital.
All right, we apologize for that breaking communication. Let's bring Jonathan Regev in for one final question. Jonathan, if you're there, a lot of criticism and pressure from the Islamic states, but also strong support from some Western states for Israel. My question to you is, how is Israel and Iran reacting to all of this?
So we can compare perhaps this campaign to the one that is still ongoing in Gaza. The war in Gaza is going nowhere. And while the war in Gaza is receiving huge criticism, even from some friendly nations to Israel, such as France, the United Kingdom, even Germany, in this case, there's support for Israel still coming also not from the United States, not only from the United States, but also from Western European nations, which are very critical of the war in Gaza. Not this time. The leaders in the European Union are saying that Iran is the source of all instability in the Middle East and that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. This is true for now. I'm not sure that this support will go on if this war is dragged for weeks and weeks and weeks. There's perhaps an understanding in Israel following the very long and still undecided war in Gaza that this has to be a short campaign. It has to happen. It has to end very fast. And by this, Israel would be able to preserve the international support for this campaign in Iran, something it has not done with the war in Gaza.
All right, Sepper Saremi in Tehran and, of course, Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Thank you, gentlemen, both for your insight and analysis. Now, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has demanded that Iran and Israel ensure the safety of Chinese citizens and institutions. The ministry also says it has activated emergency consular protection mechanisms, provided guidance on security precautions, and begun the emergency evacuation of Chinese citizens.
目前 At present, some Chinese citizens have been safely evacuated to neighboring countries. The ministry and relevant diplomatic missions are working with concerned departments to make every effort to protect Chinese citizens in Iran and Israel and to organize their swift evacuation. Chinese citizens in Iran or Israel are advised to contact Chinese diplomatic missions or call the 12308 Consular Protection Hotline.
Well, Iran's UN ambassador has slammed Israel's action, saying it has committed a blatant act of aggression against his country's sovereign and territorial integrity. Amir Saeed Eravani added that Israel was in a serious violation of the UN Charter and fundamental principles of international law.
Most alarmingly, Israel deliberately targeted a peaceful nuclear facility operating under full IAEA safeguards. This is a dangerous and illegal act. It posed a serious risk of releasing radioactive material. The US forces supported Israeli aggression. Without the US weapons, intelligence, and political backing, this attack could not have happened. The United States will share responsibility for this unlawful act.
Eravani stressed that Iran does not seek war or escalation, but will not hesitate to defend its people, territory, and sovereignty. Israeli UN Ambassador Danny Danon says Iran launched more than 1,000 missiles and drones at Israeli cities over the past 2 days, directly targeting Israeli civilians. Danon also said Israel has pushed back Iran's nuclear program over the last few days and will continue to do so.
We will not go into details, but we pushed back the nuclear program in the last few days, and we will continue with our efforts to push back the program. It's not a short operation. It's not similar to what we did in the 80s in Iraq when we had to attack one reactor, or in 2005 when we took care of the reactor in Syria. It's a much more challenging operation, and it takes time.
The International Atomic Energy Agency says there has been no further damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear enrichment plant since Israeli attacks last Friday. The chief of the UN's nuclear watchdog says it was likely that all the centrifuges running at Iran's biggest uranium enrichment plant were badly damaged because of a power cut caused by an Israeli strike. Johannes Pleshberger reports from the IAEA headquarters in Vienna.
After the IAEA reported the destruction of above-ground facilities at Iran's nuclear Natanz site, the Vienna agency on Monday released further damage details at another nuclear enrichment plant Israeli forces struck on Friday.
At the Isfahan nuclear site, 4 buildings were damaged in Friday's attack: the Central Chemical Laboratory, a uranium conversion plant.
During an exceptional IAEA board meeting, agency chief Rafael Grossi said there was no sign of further damage at Iran's Natanz or Fordo enrichment plants, while radiation levels outside the sites remained normal. Within the Natanz facility, there was both radiological and chemical contamination, Grossi said. Meanwhile, a number of countries condemned Israel's attack at the IAEA meeting.
The large majority of countries of the board and also observers are considering this aggression by Israel unlawful, which is a very important statement to make.
Iran's permanent representative to the IAEA, Reza Najafi, said Iran will continue to respond with full force against Israeli attacks, referring to its right to self-defense.
The IAEA and its Director General had a clear responsibility to take effective preventive and deterrent measures. The board must condemn Israeli aggression in its strongest term and hold it accountable. Otherwise, consequences would be with those appeasing this aggressor child killer regime.
The IAEA says it will remain present in Iran with safeguard inspections resuming as soon as safety conditions allow, as required under Iran's nuclear non-proliferation treaty obligations. Iranian officials, however, responded that expectations Tehran will continue its voluntary commitments to the treaty are unjustified when its nuclear facilities are freely targeted by a non-member. Johannes Blechberger, CGTN, Vienna.
They called on everyone to evacuate Tehran. Israel claims to have control of Iranian airspace with plans to escalate bombardment. Today is the 5th day of the conflict, which began last Friday with surprise Israeli strikes on Iran. Iranian UN Ambassador Amir Saeed Iravani says Israel has committed a blatant act of aggression against the sovereign and territorial integrity of Iran. He continues saying Israel is in a serious violation of the United Nations Charter and fundamental principles of international law.
Most alarmingly, Israel deliberately targeted a peaceful nuclear facility operating under full IAEA safeguards. This is a dangerous and illegal act. It posed a serious risk of releasing radioactive material. The US forces supported Israeli aggression. Without the US weapons, intelligence, and political backing, this attack could not have happened. The United States will share responsibility for this unlawful act.
Iravani added that Iran does not seek war or escalation, but will not hesitate to defend its people, territory, and sovereignty. Israeli UN Ambassador Danny Danon says Iran launched more than 1,000 missiles and drones at Israeli cities over the past 2 days, directly targeting Israeli civilians. Danon also assessed the outcomes of Operation Rising Lion, saying they pushed back Iran's nuclear program over the last few days and will continue with their efforts. Safir Sarami reports from Tehran.
First, I have to explain that although I hold a press card and also all the required permission, but I have to report indoor because the city is the atmosphere, the circumstances are very sensitive, and we cannot really work, and especially the sabotage incidents that happened recently in Tehran have exacerbated the situation for especially for journalists and the people who work in the media, and also many Tehranis are leaving the city for safer places. I have to tell you that this morning the news is circular on social media that Ali Shadmani, the war, has been killed, assassinated by the Israeli forces, but this news has not been confirmed by Iranian media yet. And I have to also mention that he was appointed by the Supreme Leader just 4 days ago, replacing General Rashid, Commander Rashid. So of course, his death will mark a very important shift in the escalation of the ongoing war between Iran and Israel. But as I have said, there is no confirmation by the media because we have seen this happening before. Because Israeli media and some other people on the social media claimed that Commander Ali Shamkhani had been killed, but that wasn't true. That wasn't confirmed. And now some photos of him are circulating on social media that he's alive. He's in a hospital on bed. Of course, I'm witnessing everything on the ground here because I personally live in west of Tehran, and west of Tehran is a place that Tehran residents mostly choose to go to north of Iran. So I went to the roof of my building last night, and I saw queues of cars just leaving the city, and also among my friends, family members, and even colleagues, even some journalists in north of Tehran, in their homes, in other cities. Yes, that's absolutely right. But another problem that we have is that the gasoline, because now the gasoline, as I had another reporting a few days ago for CGTN, has been rationed. So, but as I said, most Tehranis are leaving the place. And yesterday, IDF, as Israel Defense Forces, announced that people in the northern district of Tehran should evacuate that place. And after a few hours, our national TV building, the main building, was targeted by IDF. mark a very, very important shift in the escalation of the ongoing war between Iran and Israel. But as I have said, there is no confirmation by the media, because we have seen this happening before, because Israeli media and some other people on the social media claimed that Commander Ali Shamkhani had been killed, but that wasn't true. That wasn't confirmed. And now some photos of him are circulating on social media that he's alive, he's in a hospital on bed. Of course, I'm witnessing everything on the ground here, because I personally live in west of Tehran, and west of Tehran is a place that Tehran residents mostly choose to go to north of Iran. So I went to the roof of my building last night, and I saw, yes, queues of cars just leaving the city, and also among my friends, family members, and even colleagues, even some journalists in north of Tehran, in their homes, in other cities. Yes, that's absolutely right. But another problem that we have is that the gasoline, because now the gasoline, as I had another reporting a few days ago for CGTN, has been rationed. So, but as I said, most Tehranis are leaving the place. And yesterday, IDF, as Israel Defense Forces, announced that people in the northern district of Tehran should evacuate that place. And after a few hours, our national TV building, the main building, was targeted by IDF.
And Jonathan Regev reports from Israel.
This scene behind me is just one of the various sites hit in the city of Tel Aviv and the surrounding suburbs. This is a residential area of Tel Aviv. Whoever is hitting this area is not looking for military installations, is not looking for any intelligence sites. This is targeting civilians loud and clear. This is also an old neighborhood. Most of the homes here were built in the 1940s, in the 1950s, clearly not meant to withstand such a strike of a powerful missile coming from more than 1,000 kilometers away with a very heavy warhead, and hence the results, the very big damage to the structures here, to these buildings, and many others. What have we learned in this war in the past 24 hours? First, just in the last few hours, Israel releasing the information that it has killed the new Iranian chief of staff. He assumed his position only on Friday morning, after the previous chief of staff was killed in the opening act of this war, meaning that the new chief of staff was actually acting in his position for less than 96 hours before he was targeted himself. Israel is clearly looking for all of the top brass of the Iranian military. These are people with a lot of military experience, with a lot of knowledge, military knowledge when it comes to the missiles that are being fired to Israel, and also perhaps knowledge regarding the nuclear program. And these are people that Israel is eliminating one by one. What else did we learn? This morning, actually, on Tuesday morning, we've learned that the Iranians are not only firing at nighttime. This was the assumption in the first few days of the war. But this morning at 9 a.m. local time, sirens sounding in the Tel Aviv area and all throughout Israeli territory. The Iranians are perhaps changing tactic, no longer sending large barrages of hundreds of missiles in the middle of the night, but rather sending smaller barrages throughout the day. What are they achieving by this? The complete disruption of the daily life.
The Secretary of Russia's Security Council, Sergei Shoigu, has arrived in the DPRK for a meeting.
我的右手方向。
On my right hand, you can see Iran, and I'm only 80 kilometers away. And for a couple of days, I could see missiles flying over the sky. And behind me is the suburb of Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. And I could see a couple of missiles flying over the land. And the Lebanese government has been on high alert. And the Lebanese president is saying that they need to try all they can to prevent an escalation. And there has been communication between relevant stakeholders. Hezbollah is also in communication with relevant parties to avoid pledging the country of Lebanon again into conflict. And on the 15th, there is severe airstrike from Israel over the southern part of Beirut. And the conflict is posing significant impact to the economic security and the aviation safety of Lebanon. And the oil and gas price in Lebanon has risen significantly. And the Lebanese government is also worrying that the potential closure of the Hormuz Strait will pose further impact to the international oil price. And on the evening of 16th, an agreement was reached between Lebanon and Iraq regarding direct air flight between the two countries. The agreement would transfer those who are stranded in the Lebanese capital into Iraq. After one night of heated exchange of fire, Lebanon has reopened its airspace, and Lebanese citizens were able to arrive at Lafik International Airport at Beirut of Lebanon. And because of the escalated conflict between Israel and Iran, 160 Lebanese citizens were stranded in Egypt, and we expect those citizens to be transferred to Lebanon in the coming days. And also the flights between Lebanon and Iran were suspended for over 1 month. And Lebanon is a country with a great landscape of the Mediterranean and entering June, the hot season for tourism, and this is posing great impact to the tourism industry. And after the ceasefire last year, the Lebanese government and the hotel industry are anticipating this year's tourism season, but the conflict is affecting the region in general, causing the suspension of air flights. And according to the Lebanese authority, a great number of cancellations are going on in the country's hotel industry, and the prospects of the hotel industry is not looking good. The impact is not just expected in the tourism industry, and war and conflicts are the enemy of the tourism industry. So Lebanon would very much hope that there is an early ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Otherwise, the whole region will be cast under the shadow of uncertainty. Israeli Prime Minister says that Israel is now in control of the airspace of Tehran, of Iran, and the Iran Revolutionary Army says that it's ready for long-term fight with Israel. And the United States is now sending more troops and equipment to the region. Nimitz aircraft carrier has changed its course, and it's now moving in the direction of Middle East. As for the conflicts and now, let's take a look at the Air Force of Iran. And on the 17th of this month, and Iran says that it has downed a couple of drones of Israel, and Israel has launched more missiles into Iran. According to Iranian media, there were explosions in Tehran, and Iranian authority says that it has downed a couple of drones of Israel above the Hormuz River, and it's also downed one Israeli drone in the southern part of Iran, and there was a couple of explosions heard in Iran, and the Israeli National Defense Authority says that it has launched airstrikes over some key targets in Iran, and some of the ground-to-ground and ground-to-air missile launchers have been destroyed, and the Israeli Defense Army says that a couple of missiles have been launched into Iran, and sirens could be heard across the nation of Iran. And the Iranian authority says that the Israeli military base has been under attack, and so far there is no response from Israel. The Israeli military says that the highest military officer, Ali Sahman of Iran, has been killed. A sudden attack happened in the military base, which claimed the life of the highest military commander and also the close ally of Iranian's religious leader, Salih Haman, used to serve as the command in charge of the emergency military mission, and on the 3rd of this month, his predecessor was killed by Israel. And so far, there is no response from Iran. And according to the media reports of Iran, and there were a couple of missiles launched at the Mossad center of Israel. And Mossad is one of the 3 key intelligence centers of Israel, but so far there has been no response from Israel. As for more going on in the region, let's get in contact with Zhao Bin, our reporter in the region. 0:30, 2:30, and 3:30, there were 3 rounds of missile attacks from Israel, and the sirens could be heard across Iran, from Iran. And we also heard that there were at least 10 missiles launched into the territory of Israel. And at 8:30 this morning, Iran launched another barrage of missiles. It is reported that 20 targets have been hit, and one of them was a car parking lot, which claimed 5 injuries, and more missiles could be found at the central part of Israel, although the number is decreasing, but according to my observation, warnings have been now given on a shorter notice, and in the past, the warnings could be given 10 to 15 minutes in advance. And this morning, however, the notice was shortened to only 3 minutes. And it is mentioned that Israel is running short of the defense stockpile, and So that is why Iran is maintaining the intensity of airstrikes and missile launches. And it is also reported that Israel will launch counter attacks, and it will also improve the accuracy of its countermeasures. And because of the missile attacks from Iran, some activities in Israel were suspended, which were supposed to have the attendance of a couple of journalists. So you can see that Israel is on high alert over the missile attacks from Iran. And now let's switch to Iran. And on the 16th, the Iranian national TV building was hit by the missiles from Israel, and so far, at least 3 deaths have been reported. According to the footage of the Iranian national TV, there was heavy smoke following a deadly explosion at the national TV building, and when the explosion took place, CMG's reporters were dispatched there, and so you can see the smoke from the distance, and you can still hear the explosion, and that is the Iranian national TV center. And we also heard a couple of gunshots in the direction of the Iranian national TV building. And Israel says that it will launch further attacks, and this is where it is happening. And this is the footage from the Iranian national TV, and you can see this is the TV building of Iran, which is right at the center of the city. On the evening of the 16th, the TV network was resumed, and we can see that the explosion was followed by a massive fire in the building. And the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson says that the attack over the Iranian national TV building was an act of crime, and the UN should stand out to condemn such behavior. And after the attack, Iranian authority has ordered an evacuation from several of its TV centers. Iranian authority has issued a statement condemning the attack over the civil building, which is the national TV tower, and it's also condemned that such an act is inhumanitarian, and it's also a terrorist action. And the president of the Iranian national TV says that there is no reason that an attack should be launched at such a target. We have learned from solid sources that there was really such an attack over the national TV building, and Israeli Prime Minister says that the Air Force of Israel has controlled the airspace of Tehran. And the Revolutionary Army of Iran says that it is ready for a long-term fight against Israel. And so you can see that we have F-14 and also MiG-29 and F-4 and F-5, and those are the fighter jets of Iran. So what are the performances of this equipment? And now let's hear what our commentator has to say. And Israel is still launching attacks over the airspace of Tehran. Most of these fighter jets, and they were from the U.S. For example, F-14 and F-4 and also F-5. And these American jets, they were in service for quite some time, and their performance is not quite reliable, and they were not in a rivalry with the fighter jets of Israel. So that is why after the airstrike from Israel, Israel continued to launch attacks over some of the fighter jets on the airfield of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran. And it is also said that Iran has displayed some of the short and medium-range missiles. And we expect that after the devastation of such fighter jets, the counter-attacking capability of Iran will be sacrificed or compromised. And some of the Iranian fighter jets, they will also carry electronic interference components so as to facilitate their attacks in revenge of the Israeli airstrikes. So although they have a airstrike defense system and they are able to launch attacks over main targets, but right now in general, Iran is playing defense and they are under mounting pressure as we speak right now. Yes, since the midnight of 13th, and there has been military attacks over key targets, including nuclear targets. We have learned that Iran is seriously considering whether to lock the Hormuz Strait. The Hormuz Strait is between Oman and Sudan, and you can see that each and every day there is a great number of oil transported through this through the straits, and in recent years there has been escalated conflict between relevant countries in this region, and in March this year there has been a couple of military vessels posing threats to the navigation freedom of U.S. ships. The last time the strait was locked, that was in 1980s during the conflict between Iran and Iraq. Hektas, the U.S. Defense Secretary, has ordered the central military squad of the United States to lean towards the Middle East region, and U.S. President Donald Trump has also cut short of his G7 trip to return to the White House to stay more focused on this issue. And Iran will also assemble a national emergency meeting, and we can see that the Nimitz aircraft carrier has changed its course and is now sailing towards the Middle East region. And according to its original plan, it will have a layover at a port in Vietnam on the 22nd of June. But does that mean that there is increasing danger of U.S. getting involved? And now let's hear what our commentator has to say. The Nimitz aircraft carrier has changed its course, and it has the plan of visiting Vietnam. Right now, it's crossing the Malacca Strait, and it's now sailing towards the Middle East. And also during this process, it has turned on the vessel's automatic verification system, and so it is flexing its muscles, and it's right now sailing towards the direction of Middle East. And you can see that the U.S. is making military preparations about the conflict in the Middle East, and we expect that after the aircraft carrier arrives at relevant waters, the U.S. will maybe dispatch 2 aircraft carriers, and those nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, and they are able to carry on board 100 fighter jets, which are able to launch a massive airstrike in the region. The U.S. is regrouping in this region, so So it's sending a signal that it's increasing the military pressure over the region, and no one can rule out the possibility that there is even greater skills of military attacks from Israel, and also the United States is sending more KC-40 jets, which is air refueling jets, into the region, and it will regroup in that region. And in the future, some days later, they might be dispatched into the region. And so no matter if they are near the Mediterranean or Central and Eastern Europe, they are able to resupply the bombers and fighter jets in this region. And you can see that the United States right now regrouping its military and maritime equipment. So given the escalation of the conflict, Chinese foreign spokesperson has said today that China's foreign ministry is working together with relevant embassies and consulates to ensure that the Chinese citizens there put under protection, and we will order a emergent evacuation. The Chinese government attaches high attention to the safety of Chinese overseas, and after the conflict, China has immediately launched a evacuation mechanism, and we urge relevant parties to ensure the safety of relevant Chinese overseas. And we are in close coordination with relevant stakeholders to give them guidance about emergency evacuation. For those who are evacuating from the region, we provide all necessary facilitation. Already we have a number of Chinese overseas. Chinese compatriots have been transferred to neighboring countries. China's foreign ministry and relevant consulates are working together to conduct an emergent evacuation for Chinese citizens over the region of Iran and Israel. And please feel free to reach out to the Chinese consulate or dial a hotline.